smoke off, wait to come in.
Those are peanut butter cookies.
They are. Yeah, she does.
Well, the September 30th, 2023 Special General Council of the Quapaw Indian Council is now called to order at 9:03 a.m. Minnie Francis Hawk Waters, would you please lead us in prayer this morning? Could we get a microphone to her, please? Please stand if you are able.
Good morning, Quapaw people. Glad to see you all here. Join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning asking for your guidance and asking once more for your blessings and giving you thanks, Father God, for all that you've given us, brought us this far, that we might come together as a tribe, as a family, to make these decisions together. Father, give us the guidance, give us the wisdom to make good decisions today, along with our business committee. Give them the strength and all the guidance and confidence from the tribe, Father, that they'll do the right thing and that they'll work for us, which we know they will. Give them all the blessings they need, Father, to lead us into another time in our life, another phase in our tribe's history. Father, the decisions that we make today, let them come as one people, one family. Let us look into our hearts to come together as one people, put aside all of our hard feelings, all of our bad feelings. Father, unite us once more as a tribe, as we should be, so that we can enjoy our lives and lead in a good way for our children to follow, that they're not subject to kind of things in their future and for their children. This is what we want, Father, to be one family, one tribe. And again, Father, thank you. Thank you again for all that you've done. Thank you for the people and their confidence in one another and their love for one another, that love will will out and we once again become a tribe. All these things, Father, I'm going to give to you in the name of your Holy Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Yeah. Vice Chairman Glass, would you please declare the orders of the day?
Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you. Away. It's a great day to be here with the Quapaw people. Thank you for your presence today, and it's great to see such a large group. Before we get started, a few announcements are needed. There are 3 topics that we will address today. First, filling 2 vacancies on the Grievance Committee. Second, filling 5 vacancies on the Ethics Commission. And last, the bear proceed distribution. No other matters can be addressed today. We hope everyone enjoyed the breakfast. We'd like to thank the DCR staff, the Downstream Learning Center, O-Guah-Pah Communications, the Department of Public Safety, the Election Committee, and all the Quapaw Nation employees and volunteers here today to make this meeting run smoothly with constructive outcomes. We would also like to thank our tribal princess, Lena Sosi, and junior tribal princess, Betty Lou Goodbear, for greeting everyone this morning and representing the nation so proudly and gracefully. If you need childcare, please see Ashley McLeod in the back near registration. There is a desk in the back. Carrie Sisson, could you please raise your hand? The desk in the back is where citizens can apply to become registered voters and request an absentee ballot for the upcoming November 4th, 2023 election for the vacant secretary-treasurer position. When you registered earlier today, you received a voting device, a packet, and a sticker. Quapaw citizens need to wear their stickers. Remember, sticker equal clicker. Only those wearing a sticker should have a voting device in their possession. In the packet, you have a printed booklet that contains today's agenda, the 7/22/2023 governing resolution amendments, special general counsel FAQ document, and a Bear versus U.S. FAQ document. Also in that packet is a red or blue or white lunch ticket. So you'll need those in order to obtain your lunch when it's time. You also have attached to that ticket a raffle ticket, so please keep that perforated ticket even after lunch. We'll have some raffles throughout the day if everybody up here reminds me of those. There are also in the packet some other goodies, beef sticks, coffee, and a $75 gas card. We hope you enjoy them. O-gah-pah Communications is live streaming the meeting. Live streaming from personal devices is strictly prohibited. The video will be uploaded to YouTube after the meeting has concluded. We do have some invited guests today. I'd like to reintroduce Eric Giles and Esther Labrado. Would you please stand? Thank you. They're both from the Quapaw General Legal Counsel firm of Drummond Woodsum. You may remember Eric from the July 4th General Counsel meeting. They'll both be serving in the role as designated parliamentarians. They're here to help all of us ensure that our motions that we may wish to propose are well-formed and enforceable. In addition, Hobbs Strauss and RSM have been invited to this special General Counsel meeting today to observe the governmental process of the nation and listen to the discussions of the Quapaw people. Would RSM and Hobbs Strauss please stand and I'll introduce you. From RSM is Stephanie Gianmarco, Greg Navaloff, and Chaz Robbins. From Hobbs Strauss, Jonathan Sutton, William Norman, and Michael McMahon. RSM and Hobbs Strauss have been retained by the Business Committee to conduct an independent review of legal and financial records concerning the distribution of funds derived from the Good Eagle, Quapaw, and Bear litigations and settlements. Hobbs Strauss and RSM will initially focus on the Bear litigation and settlement. The firms have only just begun to review the many years of court orders, agreements, resolutions, expert reports, and other records that are vital to their review. At this time, Hobbs Strauss and RSM are not prepared to offer or present any preliminary information identified related to their fact-based review of the distribution of the Bear settlement proceeds. Instead, their participation in this special General Counsel meeting is intended for them to gain further insight into the governmental processes of the Quapaw Nation and hear the concerns and discussions of tribal members. The Business Committee has stressed to RSM and Hobbs Strauss the importance of General Counsel meetings to the self-governance and sovereignty of the Quapaw Nation. and the firms have expressed to us their sincere gratitude for allowing them to attend and observe this meeting. Lunch will be available at 11:30. There is a designated elders table. The elders must have a red ticket to go to that line. Please make way for the elders and help them, as well as others with mobility issues. All others should use a blue or white ticket and go to the other line. For those who may congregate in the back of the room, please keep the noise level down out of respect for those who wish to hear the entire discussion. Let us proceed with Special General Counsel topic number 1, filling 2 vacancies on the Grievance Committee. We would like to explain to the Quapaw Indian Council how we got here. On July 22nd, 2023, and certified by the Election Committee on July the 26th, the following summarized changes were made to our governing resolution. Please see your handout in the packet you received this morning for the full text regarding the Grievance Committee, a standing committee. There were material changes made to the authorities and the size of that committee. The Grievance Committee went from 3 persons of Quapaw Indian blood to 5. 3 members shall be elected in even number years and 2 members elected in odd number years. 3 members were elected July 4th, 2022, an even number year. The current Grievance Committee is comprised of Laura Kaufman, Lena McQuarrie, and Uga'xpa. We are nominating and electing 2 members today in the odd year. Members may serve 2 consecutive terms and must take 2 years off before serving in the same capacity. If more than 1 vacancy occurs, a special Indian Council election shall take place the first Saturday following 60 days from the last vacancy. If you do the day count, today is the first Saturday following 60 days from the amendment passage. The Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures, subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. The policies and procedures shall include, but not limited to, provisions for reprimand, censure, removal from office, and suspension with pay for actions the Grievance Committee determines egregious until such time that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council takes place. So this means the Grievance Committee must be prepared to draft the policies and procedures and present those to the Quapaw Indian Council July 4th, 2024. This is important to ensure those who are nominated and elected to the Grievance Committee understand the authority and powers granted to them. As well as the responsibilities they must accept. Before we open nominations from the floor, is there anything the current Grievance Committee members, Grievance Committee Chair Laura Kaufman, Secretary Lena McQuarrie, or Member Uga'xpa wish to say or announce to the Quapaw Indian Council?
Could we have a point of order, please? Noise is way too loud. People in the audience cannot hear.
As stated earlier, for those who wish to congregate in the back, please be respectful and keep your voices down for those who wish to participate in today's proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Rollins. I am the current Grievance Committee Chair. I just wanted to read something to you really quick about what we're going through and everything that's going to be happening. Today, we have the unique opportunity to fill our Grievance Committee to a 5-member committee, as well as fill a 5-member Ethics Committee. With this opportunity, I would like to remind everyone that the passing of these new amendments, each committee will be responsible for creating policies and procedures that will be presented on July 4th of 2024. What this means, each new committee has a small window of time to create a document that will shape the committees and slowly begin the outline of our nation as we forge into the future. A great deal of time is going to be needed outside of your daily duties. What you do individually each day, this is an addition to that. These tasks should not be taken lightly. Please remember, as we're filling these committees, the time and dedication that's going to be needed, the people that we are going to put on them, and the endeavors that will need to be taken to be successful. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you for helping us shape our nation as we move forward.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the Grievance Committee who would like to speak? So before we proceed, we just got word that we ran out of packets, tickets, and gas cards. What I'd like to do is anyone who did not receive a packet with a ticket and gas card, we'll take care of lunch. No worries about that. We'll be able to provide instructions at that time. But for those who did not receive a packet or a gas card, if you would go to the back to the registration area, write your name down on a piece of paper, and we'll make arrangements to follow up and provide those to you. I guess the good news is, as Member Davis just pointed out, means there's a lot of interest in being in this meeting. That's a good. So I'm going to give a couple of instructions before we proceed with nominations to the Grievance Committee vacancies. When making nominations, please rise or raise your hand. We'll try to get a microphone to you just as quickly as possible, so please be patient. When making a nomination, state your name and state who you wish to nominate loudly and clearly. I'll repeat the nomination before we go to the next one. We'll continue accepting nominations until a motion is made to cease nominations and a second to that nomination is received. We will attempt a voice vote on ceasing nominations. Then each person of Quapaw blood nominated will be asked to come to the up front and explain their qualifications and what they can offer to the Quapaw Indian Council in their service on the Grievance Committee. Once all nominees have been given an opportunity to speak, we will receive instructions from the Election Committee on voting. We'll now proceed to nominations from the floor. Are there nominations for the Grievance Committee? Please rise or raise your hand. We've got somebody up front. Can we get a microphone?
I am Michael Whitecrow, and I'd like to nominate Heather Dismuke.
We have a nomination for Heather Dismuke from Mikhail Whitecrow.
Betty Gadke, I would like to nominate Brenda Murray.
Betty Gadke nominates Brenda Murray.
Melissa Gaines, and I want to nominate Abigail Logan, please.
Who? I didn't hear that.
Was that a nomination for Abigail Logan, please?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Just checking.
Todd Weaver, nominate Justin Ray.
Todd, who do you nominate?
Justin Ray.
Justin Ray.
Lindsay Hickey nominates Heather Dispute.
We already have a nomination for Heather Dismuke.
I make a motion to cease nominations.
There's a nomination to cease.
I'll second that.
There's a motion to cease nominations. Is there a second?
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
second that.
There is a second. We'll now proceed to a voice vote on ceasing nominations. All those in favor of ceasing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion to cease Grievance Committee nomination passes. I'm going to list these nominees in the order in which they were nominated. Would Heather Dismuke please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council with your qualifications and the ways in which you will serve on the Grievance Committee?
Oh, okay.
Otherwise it would create.
Hi, my name's Heather Dismuke. I am a descendant of the Dardine family. I have a master's in public administration and tribal governance. A lot of you guys know my qualifications. This last summer, I ran for office as vice chair, so I'm not going to bore you guys with too many details, but I am honored and thankful that someone nominated me. I apologize, I did not hear who nominated me. So I really appreciate it and grateful and humbled. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Brenda Murray, would you please address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Hi, everybody. I'm Brenda Murray, and I know a lot of you, but I am a descendant of the Quapaws. My grandmother was Hazel, a sibling of Nora and Arthur and Bill and all of them. I've been attending the monthly meetings for over 20 years, and I hope that we have got most of our problems worked out. We've got a great team here, and I just want to be around to keep it that way, and appreciate everybody's votes. And as for my background, I have almost 40 years as a realtor, broker agent in Joplin, and owned businesses back in the 80s and 90s. We owned a couple of grocery stores, and I did management and employees and all that. And my background comes from really getting out there and doing the work. I was chairman of the housing committee when the elder housings first started, and I was on that chairman for 5 years. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Brenda. Abigail Logan, would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Good morning. Abigail Logan. This is so crazy. Okay, I come from Amy Panther, John Panther, and Amy Greenback. It's an honor to be nominated for the Grievance Committee, and I have a lot of skills because that's what I do is I learn. And basically, I have conflict resolution, understanding and comprehension, listening, leadership, because in order to lead, you have to serve others. I know how to assume responsibility, not for just myself, but for others. I can take criticism. I can give grace. And I have accountability and ownership for things that I do and I say. I have a respect for confidentiality. I am ethically bound, and I have a strong moral conviction. Thank you for the nomination. The choice is yours.
Thank you, Abby. Justin Ray, would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council with your qualifications and the way that you will serve the Grievance Committee?
Good morning. I want to start off, my name is Justin Ray. Mother's Debbie Ray, George Ray, his father. I want to start out and thank you for the nomination. It is an honor to be nominated to something like this, to be able to serve your tribe, however you can. As that's what I want to try to do as I get older. Want to communicate with you guys and try to help out as I can. Being on the Grievance Committee would be an honor to try that too. Sorry, it's a little difficult up here. I want to try to give it back as much as I can. A little background, I've worked for Downstream for 9 years now. I've been in situations where I've had that chance to stand up, and I want to try to continue that. And I just appreciate this, and thank you for this opportunity. I hope you have a good day. Sorry.
Thank you, Justin. Could we please give a round of applause for all 4 nominations? It takes a lot of courage to address the Quapaw Indian Council. So at this point, we're going to do 2 things. We will now request all non-Quapaws leave the room while the vote takes place and the new Grievance Committee members announced. Second thing we're going to do is we'll request Frank Frazier, the Election Committee Chairman, to instruct us on voting for the Grievance Committee vacancies. Frank? So the only people in the room at this point should be those with their voting devices, wearing their stickers. So we're all enrolled, Quapaw tribal members eligible to vote in these Grievance Committee vacancies.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, I'm pretty sure everybody knows how to work these little wonderful devices now. And I applaud Justin for getting up here. You never know what it feels like till you get up.
Point of order.
Microphone.
People in the back, we need to be quiet. Point of order.
I believe all the non-essential people have left the room, so it should just be the voters left in the room. Now, on this one, since we have 2 people to elect, we have 4 names. You know how to power up your devices. Lower right-hand corner, it'll say thank you. Now, when we present the question up on the board, there'll be 4 choices. To vote for 2 people on this one time, we'll push, just an example, say you want to vote 1. You would push 1, push the period, then make your next selection, whoever you want, 2, 3, or 4. You'd push 4 and then send. Is that correct, Mikhail?
Your first selection, it does not necessarily have to be 1. The first selection, period, and then your second selection, then send.
Right. Okay, if anybody has any problems, since we're doing this one a little bit different, 2 people at 1 shot, just raise your hands. Somebody from the election committee will be sure to come over and help you. If your devices aren't working properly, raise your hand so we can also assist you. Okay, he'll have the questions up there, and we will put a timer on it and allow everybody enough time to make their selections. Thank you.
Great, so you've got the names of the nominees on the screen, as Frank previously described, as well as Mikhail. You can vote up to 2. Select your first nominee, period, the number associated with your second nominee, send.
Well, the numbers are coming in. Looks good. If anybody's having any problems, be sure and raise your hand so somebody can come over and assist you.
Frank, when your vote is accepted, your device should say received. Is that right? So you should get a received message.
Yeah, you push one number, period, push your next selection, push that number, and then hit send. Your device should say received momentarily.
While we're voting, could Grace Good Eagle, could you please raise your hand? Thank you. A little bit of a lost and found issue.
Already, you already did. Yeah, that's my chair.
Attention. I believe all the issues have been resolved. Everybody whose clicker wasn't working, we got them to finally receive. And we have a final here, and Mikhail will put the results up on the board for us.
Congratulations to Heather Dismuke and Justin Ray. We now have a 5-person grievance committee. We did want to give some instructions to the new grievance committee. Please leave your contact information with Brent Devine today, or send your contact info to him at brent.devine@quapawnation.com, who can share that with the existing grievance committee members. In the next meeting of the grievance committee, presumably on October the 21st at 8 a.m. in the admin building, please elect at minimum a chair and a secretary. The effort of drafting policies and procedures is a considerable effort, so leadership, organization, and momentum are key. We look forward to seeing your draft by the end of May 2024, so we can get it published to the Quapaw citizens no later than 30 days prior to July 4th. Would the Quapaw Nation marshals please let those waiting outside know they may now re-enter the room. We're now adjourning General Council number 1 as all business has been resolved. Thank you. You know, we announced at the beginning of the meeting that we had a couple of raffles that we were going to do throughout the day. Now would be a great opportunity to do 2 of those. The first raffle is actually going to be from Realty. It is a Christmas theme. Member Davis, could you help select a ticket? All right, so who's got number 1274? 1274. Is that John? Oh. Sorry. 1274. Do we have a winner?
We have a winner.
It's on the bottom of your lunch ticket. It's the bottom part.
Does anybody have number 1274?
Yes, she is at the gift table right now. Right here.
Write your name.
It is Crystal Wood.
Great. So we do have a winner. The raffle baskets are on the table in the back near registration. Awesome.
All right.
All right, let's do another one again. This one is also from the Realty Department, and the theme is kitchen. It's number 140. 140. Do we have a winner? We've got a winner. Awesome. Okay, so now that everybody's settled again, let's proceed with Special General Counsel topic number 2. That's filling 5 vacancies in the Ethics Commission. On July 22nd, 2023, and certified by the Election Committee on July 26th, the following summarized changes were made to our governing resolution. Please see your handout in the packet you received this morning for the full text regarding the new Ethics Commission, a standing committee. An Ethics Commission shall be established and be comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members who shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council and shall not include any member of the business or grievance committees or employees of the nation or its entities. 3 members will be elected to serve a 2-year term, and 2 members will be elected to serve a 3-year term. The 2 members receiving the most votes in the initial vote will be the 2 serving the 3-year term. So again, it's the 2 that receive the greatest number of votes. They're the ones that get the longest, the 3-year term. After the initial election of the Ethics Commission officers, the Ethics Commission shall prepare a code of ethics to be approved by the Quapaw Indian Council. The code of ethics shall be prepared and draft presented no less than 30 days before the next meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council or at a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council. The Code of Ethics shall contain provisions for conflicts of interest, procurement, illicit and prohibited conduct, abuse of power, retaliation, gifts received, undue influence, violations of the Ethics Code, and penalties. Ethics Commission procedures for complaints, resolving conflicts or matters, exceptions, and confidential information. The Ethics Commission shall have the authority to amend the Code of Ethics. Amendments to the Code of Ethics are effective upon approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. Any proposed amendment can be presented at a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council called for the purpose of amending the Code of Ethics. A special meeting called for the purpose of amending the Code of Ethics shall be called within 60 days of request from the Ethics Commission. All committees, elected and appointed officials shall adhere to the Code of Ethics. So this would include subcommittee members as well. Any committee or individual with a complaint may seek the assistance of the Ethics Commission as the committee or individual deems necessary. This is important to ensure those who are nominated and elected to the Ethics Commission understand the authority and powers granted to them, as well as the responsibilities they must accept. Just like we said earlier today, when making nominations, please rise or raise your hand. We'll get a microphone to you, so please be patient. State your name and state who you wish to nominate loudly and clearly. I have to admit, it's awfully difficult to hear up here. I'll repeat the nomination before we go on to the next one. We'll continue accepting nominations until a motion is made to cease nominations and a second is received. We'll attempt a voice vote on ceasing nominations. Then each person of Quapaw blood nominated will be asked to come to the podium, explain their qualifications and what they can offer to the Quapaw Indian Council in their service to the Ethics Commission. Once all nominees have been given an opportunity to speak, we will receive instructions from the Election Committee on voting. We'll now proceed to nominations for the floor. Are there any nominations to the Ethics Commission?
Vern Enlow, I nominate Bonnie Shocks.
Vern, that was a nomination of Bonnie Schock, is that correct? Thank you. So our first nominee is Bonnie Schock.
Jody Whitecrow, I'd like to nominate Jerry Montgomery.
Sorry, I was just writing it down. That was Jody Whitecrow who just nominated Jerry Montgomery. Have I got it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jennifer Sosi, Mary Jacobs.
Thank you. That was a nomination of Mary Jacobs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Linda Valier, Is it okay if I nominate 2 people? I'd like to nominate Virginia Mouse
So we've got a nomination for Virginia Mouse.
and also from Linda Valier, I'd like to nominate Beth Blaylock. I do have a question for Beth. Beth is not able to be here today because she fell sick last night, but she has given me permission to nominate her and speak for her if need be.
Linda, thank you, and please, everyone, keep Beth in your prayers. So we also have a nomination for Beth Blaylock. Are there other nominations?
Yes, my name is Carol Daly. I would like to nominate Abigail Logan.
So we've got a nomination for Abigail Logan. We've got somebody down in front who wishes to make a nomination as well.
Betty Gadke, I'd like to nominate Brenda Murray.
Let's
So
nominate
we've got
Abigail Logan.
a nomination for Brenda Murray.
Okay, I don't have to do it then.
Sarah Hyatt. I'm going to nominate Sean Matthews.
So we've got a nomination for Sean Matthews.
My name is Jackie Dixon. I'd like to nominate Skylar Rollins.
Could you please repeat that name, Skylar?
Rollins.
Rollins, thank you.
Need a mic up here in the front.
I make a motion that nominations cease.
We have a motion to cease nominations. Is there a second?
I second that. Melanie Shawnee.
So we have a second. Let's proceed to a voice vote. All those in favor of ceasing nominations, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Those abstaining? The ayes have it. The motion passes to cease nominations. So what we'll do is ask the nominees to come forward, provide their qualifications, as well as the ways in which they will serve the Ethics Commission. There are 9 nominees. First, Bonnie Shaw. Bonnie, would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council with your qualifications and the way in which you will serve on the Ethics Commission?
My name is Bonnie Gilmore Shock. I am of the Crawfish Clan. My dad was Harry Gilmore, and he served on every seat on the business committee. My great-grandfather was Harry Crawfish. My grandmother was Alice Gilmore. My qualifications are I worked for Downstream as a host. I worked at Pechanga Resort and Casino in California as an ambassador. I worked for American Airlines in their fraud department, and I worked for an advertising agency, BMC Advertising, and our biggest client was Joyce Meyer Ministries. She's an evangelist out of St. Louis. With that being said, I feel that my qualifications are there, and I would work very hard for the Ethics Committee and help everything work smoothly. With that, I would appreciate your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. The second nominee is Jerry Montgomery. Would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Good morning. My name is Jerry Montgomery. I am also from the Crawfish clan. My mother was Florence Matthews. She served on the business committee for probably 15 years. I was served as secretary treasurer of the business committee about 20 years ago. My my grandmother was Pearl White Crawfish, and we're from the Crawfish clan. This is a little intimidating up here seeing everybody, but this is a very important job that we're being asked to do by serving on this committee. It is ethics. You have to be very ethical, is morally right, wrong. You got to know the right from wrong. You've got to be able to listen to people and not talk as much. You have to listen to what they've got to say on both sides. I served 12 years as a director of purchasing here at Downstream. I was here when it was being built, and I have firsthand knowledge of how it feels to be an employee as well as a supervisor. It takes a lot to listen to people. I know that when I was here for my 12 years, a former chairman that we had decided that I was intimidating, that I no longer needed my position, that there was reasons behind that, but there was nowhere to go to talk to anybody about it because the DDA was all biased at that time. So I think I can do a great job listening to people, looking at both sides, listening to the supervisors and listening to the employees also. So when I was at Downstream, I did go around and talk to employees to see how they were being treated and if they had, what was going on with them. But I appreciate your vote. If you vote for me, I'll do the best job that I can because it's going to be a pretty intense job to set up all the policies and procedures to start out with. But I thank you for listening to me and for your pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Mary Jacobs, the next nominee, would you please step forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Hawaii dahe dadli datsie. Hello, I'm glad you guys are all here. I feel so honored to be chosen for this position. Really grateful. Thank you. I come from the Shap and Shawnee family. I have a BA in American Indian Studies. I will do my best to serve you guys. I'm very honest, very hardworking. I'm willing to approach whatever needs to be taken care of the best to my ability. I'm willing to learn and be there for you guys as a whole people and as a part of the business that we have here. Thank you so much for your nomination. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Mary. Our next nominee is Virginia Mouse. Would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
As I tear stuff up. Hawaii, Iwike Ondogany. Glad to see all of you guys. Those of you that don't know me, My name is Virginia Mouse. I'm the daughter of Marty Griffin, granddaughter of Hayes and Becky Griffin, and great-granddaughter of Chief Victor and Minnie Hominy Griffin, also known as Minnie Track. I come from the Buffalo Clan. I have 20 years of being a regulator, 20 years of policy development, or almost 20 years of policy development, and then about 7 years of being a training and development manager. Those of you that know me know that I am very upfront, I'm very honest. I don't have a problem standing up for what I believe is wrong or what I believe is right. I come from strong O-gah-pah women, and I'm proud of the voice that they taught me to have, to be able to stand up for my children, my family, my tribe. I appreciate your vote. I'm glad to see so many people here. We've got a lot of things going on in our nation, and I'm glad to finally see the involvement from our people, because it takes each and every one of us as a whole, as a community, as a family, to make good, solid decisions for our people. So I appreciate your vote.
Thank you, Virginia. The next nominee, we understand, is not available, Beth Blaylock. So we'll go on to the next nominee to address all of us here today. Abigail Logan, would you please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Thank you for the nomination for the Ethics Committee. It's something I strive for every day, something I strive for our people, every single one of them. And I'm kind of at a loss for words, especially for someone who constantly has something to say. I've always been a voice for others, not just myself. For one, I don't like bullying. I don't like contempt. Most of all, I want my people to be treated fairly. And accountability is something that we don't really have in this tribe for the most part, because a lot of people are quick to pass the buck. Well, if you want to vote for me, you'll vote for me. That's all I got for you.
Thank you, Abby. Our next nominee is Brenda Murray.
Hi again. I'm trying to get on one of these committees. As far as ethics go, I've been a realtor for, like I said a while ago, for almost 40 years. And they have one of the strictest ethics code there is. And I have never had a complaint even made on me for 40 years, for that time. And that's what I've always followed. And I think that we can keep things like that going in the tribe. The other thing is, next week's our 60th wedding anniversary. So I guess that means something. But my dad always taught me to stand up for what I believe and don't take bullying, don't allow bullying, and just stand for what you believe in. And that's some of the things that the Quapaws have taught. And we have strong women in the tribe. And I don't even know of anybody in a tribe that isn't a strong woman. So just vote with your heart. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Would Sean Matthews please come forward and address the Quapaw Indian Council?
Good morning. My name is Sean Matthews. I'm the son of J.R. Matthews, previous BC Vice Chair and Chairman. I'm also the grandson of Flossie Matthews. I worked for casinos for 16 years, writing policies and procedures. And honestly, this first ethics committee is going to have to present and write the first code of ethics for this tribe. I just want you to vote for who you believe is the best possible for this initial group. And if you vote for me, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. The last nominee we have is Skylar Rollins. Could you please come forward?
Good morning. It's an honor to be nominated. I'm a descendant of the Griffin family. My great-great-grandfather was the late Chief Victor Griffin. Currently, I'm a principal, high school principal. I have a master's degree in educational leadership. I'm working on my doctorate in superintendency at this time. My job revolves around ethics, writing policy and procedure, and code of conduct. Also, confidentiality is a huge part of the job and everyday procedures. Currently, I've been in education for the last 15 years. Policy and procedures, like I said, that's a huge thing for me. I think this would be great for this this committee and and for the tribe. It's be an honor for me to serve the Quapaw people, and I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Skylar. We have some great nominees for this initial ethics commission. So at this point, we're going to do two things. We're now going to request all non-Quapaws leave the room while the vote takes place and the new ethics commission members are announced. The second thing is we'll receive instructions from Frank Frazier, the election committee chairman, so he can instruct us on how to operate these voting devices with so many nominees. Commission.
Thank you.
We'll have a few minutes to let all the non-essential people leave the room. And for this one, we have a bigger, larger vote, a little bit more to think about. We have 9 nominees running, 9 good candidates. Now, in this time, you will pick your first candidate, put a period behind the name. Pick your next candidate, put a period behind their name. Put a period behind each one you vote for, and then hit send. And remember, you can vote for up to 5. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to vote for 5. If you don't like them, you know, that's your opinion. But we are looking for 5 people out of this list. We'll give a few minutes before we start, make sure everybody's out of the room that shouldn't be in here. And as before, if anybody has any problems, just hold your hands up, and someone from the election committee will come over and assist you. So far, we've been pretty lucky with these things this year, considering how much we've been using them. Okay, Mikhail's going to put the list of candidates up on the screen, and you will be able to start making your selections. And as before, if you have any problems, raise your hand, and one of us will come and assist you.
And just as a reminder, the two individuals that received the most votes will be elected to a 3-year term. Everybody else will have a 2-year term. You want to go ahead and do a raffle? All right, while everybody is still voting on the Ethics Commission nominees, we're going to go ahead and do 2 more raffles. So the next basket is from the Environmental Department, and the theme is drink mixes. Does that say 110? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So it's number 110. I can't. Oh, crap.
Well, you had already made an announcement earlier.
Yeah. To go back. The winning number is 110. We've got a winner. Nope, I'm glad you did. That's right. Yeah. So one more raffle. This one is from the Family Services Department, and the theme is Fun in the Sun. The winning number is 215. 215. And we've got a winner. Thank you. For people that didn't get tickets to go back to registration, and they'll get a ticket. Here's their handwriting. If there's anyone that did not receive a raffle ticket, maybe because packets were run out, please go back to registration and they'll give you a ticket, handwritten ticket for the subsequent raffles. We're not even halfway through them at this point. So go back to registration and they'll give you a number.
Is anybody still attempting to use their clicker and it's not working? Please hold your hand up so someone can come and assist you. Steve. Steve. Lady in the middle. We are getting ready to cease the voting. Has anybody still having problems with their voting device? Please hold up your hand so we can come see you. Okay, Virginia. Point of order, please. Nominations for voting have ceased. Mikhail will be putting up the vote results momentarily.
Her in the car.
So we need to congratulate the inaugural Ethics Commission. The composition of that commission is, there are two individuals that'll have 3-year terms. That would be Skylar Rollins and Sean Matthews. The 2-year terms go to Jerry Montgomery, Virginia Mouse, and Brenda Murray. Congratulations. So we do have some instructions for the Ethics Commission because this is brand new. Please leave your contact information with Brent Devine today or send to brent.devine@quapawnation.com. We need his help to get your kickoff meeting scheduled. In your first meeting, please elect at a minimum a chair and a secretary. The effort of drafting an ethics code is a considerable effort, so leadership, organization, and momentum are key. We look forward to seeing your draft by the end of May 2024 so that we can get it published to the Quapaw citizens no later than 30 days prior to July 4th. Would the Quapaw Nation or marshals or somebody over there please let those waiting outside know they may now re-enter the room? We're now adjourning General Counsel number 2 as all business has been resolved. Before we proceed, we're going to take a short break, a recess of 15 minutes. Thank you. So if we could return back, let's see, it's 10:35 at 10:50. Thank you. take their seats, that would be great. Let us proceed with Special General Counsel topic number 3. If I can have your attention, we can get started. Let us proceed with Special General Counsel topic number 3, the Bear versus U.S. settlement proceed distribution. Each of you have in your packets a Bear versus U.S. frequently asked question document. It was originally released on social media and the tribal website on September the 11th. On September 16th, a town hall was held where we walked through that entire document. Based on your feedback from the town hall, modifications were made and an updated version was made available on September the 18th. Again, that updated FAQ document was released on social media and the tribal website. We hope you all have had an opportunity to read it to ensure a baseline understanding of the Bear versus U.S. facts. So why are we here today for Special General Counsel number 3? Because the Quapaw Indian Council's voice is the only one that matters. We, the Quapaw Nation Business Committee, are your humble servants. You, the Quapaw Indian Council, are the supreme body that governs our nation. What you collectively decide, we are obligated to enact, just like those governing resolution amendments we addressed earlier today. Even though the U.S. Congress demonstrates their lack of understanding that we are a sovereign nation, unfortunately, this is nothing new. Your humble servants have discussed this at length. We all are determined to take action and ensure the Bear settlement proceeds, once funded by Congress, are fully and equally distributed to all enrolled members as of September the 27th, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. The bottom line is, what you decide that is within the bounds of our laws is what we shall do. To place all this in context, there are a few stories that we'd like to share prior to making any motions. So I'm going to ask for your patience for a few minutes. The first story pertains to the Quapaw Indian claims. It's a file that was found in our administrative offices within the last couple of weeks. And it's a direct extract from U.S. House Reports Volume 2, 21st Congress, First Session, 1829 to 30. And I'll spare you all the flowery language, although it is a pretty interesting document. I'm going to read the most important part. Now remember, this is from U.S. Congress. It is asserted upon the ground of ownership and political sovereignty can be sustained on no other principles than those which our ancestors supposed to be well-founded when they deemed to the Indians any right to more land than they require for their subsistence by agriculture. The Indians are paid for their unimproved lands as much as the privilege of hunting and taking game upon them is supposed to be worth, and the government sells them for what they are worth to the cultivator. The difference between those values is the profit made by asserting the original rights of discovery and conquest. The rigor of the original rule has been mitigated in the exercise of preemption in regard to such lands as have been improved by the Indians, for the same reason that their right to such as they had subdued was respected by the colonists in the early period of their history. Improved lands or small reservations in the states are in general purchased at their full value of the cultivator. To pay an Indian tribe what their ancient hunting grounds are worth to them after the game had fled or destroyed as a mode of appropriating wild lands claimed by the Indians has been found to be more convenient, and certainly it's more agreeable to the forms of justice, as well as more merciful than to assert the possession of them by the sword. Thus, the practice of buying Indian titles is but the substitute which humanity and expediency has imposed in place of the sword in arriving at the actual employment of property claimed by the right of discovery and sanctioned by the natural superiority allowed to claims of civilized communities over those savage tribes. Still, they were savages in their custom and feelings. Like other tribes, they've been denied the right of absolute property in the soil, of their ancient theaters of war and have finally passed under the dominion of a civilized state. The U.S. have held frequent treaties with them, yet this circumstance does not seem to have altered them in the state which they inhabit. Note the question of the state's rights would not necessarily be considered if Arkansas or the territory over which this grant extended had not been admitted as a state. The Commission has not been able to learn that the common Indians have shared any part of the annuities of the tribes for many years. So what this really says to us is to have paid the Indians a lesser value is better than to have killed them all off. That's what it means. And this was in 1829. This would have been at the time, and we'll get into a little bit of the history, but this would have been during the time that we had just ceded all of our lands. Little bit about Bear versus U.S. history. The Quapaw tribe of Oklahoma, the O-gah-pah, Thomas Charles Bear and the enrolled members of the Quapaw tribe was started 20 years ago. The lawsuit was settled in January of 2020 for $137.5 million based on legal and equitable claims in the United States Court of Federal Claims. The Quapaw Nation spent $11.4 million from 2003 to 2020 on that litigation. The settlement proceeds must still be authorized and appropriated by the U.S. Congress. The Bear case, which involves claims for all tribal members for which the statute of limitations has run, was made possible through special litigation passed for the tribe by the United States House of Representatives in late 2012. This is really important because it means that unlike Good Eagle or even Quapaw versus U.S., Bear versus U.S. broke through the statute of limitations going all the way back to our original treaties, 1818, 1824, 1833, and 1867, when we ceded over 40 million acres of land. Remember, we talked about that. Better to have paid less than to have killed them all. The federal government was unable or unwilling to prove they fulfilled those treaty obligations. During the settlement discussions, not only was interest applied, but compound interest. This was many decades before allotment, when we held everything in common. There was no individual land ownership at those times. So what this means is this case involved all of us who descend from those who walked from Arkansas to Caddo Country on the Red River, back to Arkansas because we were starving, to Oklahoma where the federal government placed us, to multiple locations, Kansas, Canadian River with Muskogee Creek in Texas, when displaced by the Civil War, when our reservation was overrun and improvements destroyed by both the North and the Confederate troops. At that time, we were guests and cared for by many neighboring tribes. As a result, we will always be a humble, giving people in honor of that. On February 14, 2014, the lawsuit was amended to add all enrolled members of the Quapaw tribe. The amended complaint stated, attached as Exhibit A is a list of 3,580 individuals, each of whom is presently an enrolled adult member of the Quapaw tribe of Oklahoma. We were still a tribe at that point, and is also a lineal descendant of one or more persons identified on the original list of enrolled Quapaw tribal members, certified by the Secretary of the Interior Department on February 8, 1890, and subsequently recertified by the Secretary as the judgment roll listing all members of the Quapaw tribe as of April 1961. Each individual listed in Exhibit A is, by reason of his or her lineage, heir to all or portion of one or more of the original allotments of Quapaw lands made to the members of the Quapaw tribe, ratified by the Quapaw Allotment Act of 1895. Claimants are informed and believe, and thereon allege, that each individual named in Exhibit A thus has a claim under one or more of the causes of action in this congressional reference litigation. Claimants reserve the right to seek leave to add additional claimants as new information becomes available. Next story I want to share to put this in proper context, it's basically a 100-year analysis and how this pertains to the Quapaw. A noted Indian legal scholar and past tribal chief, non-Quapaw tribal chief, is in the process of writing a book. The central thesis is focused on a series of events that seem to happen every 100 years. Each time one of those events happened, the tribe came to a crossroads and made a choice, deciding to go left or right, up or down. It delves into what occurred after the event and the decision made, evaluating what might have happened had a different choice been made, and the lingering, unalterable effects of the decision. This thesis is also applicable to many tribes and absolutely relevant to the Quapaw. As most Quapaw know, in 1818, we ceded most of our ancestral homeland in what became the state of Arkansas. By 1824, just 60 years later, we ceded our remaining 2 million acres. We were homeless, so much for the federal Indian policy of coexistence. So our first marker is 1824, when we ceded all of our land. It took a few years, but we were moved to Caddo country along the Red River. The land, the Caddo, and the agency were all hostile. Our dwindling numbers continued to decline. We were starving due to regular flooding that ruined the crops. Saracen led some Quapaw back to Arkansas to live on his land. Others scattered to the Canadian River to live with Muskogee Creeks, and some went to Texas. We had no home. In 1833, the federal government decided to carve out the Quapaw Reservation in Indian Territory that eventually became Oklahoma and Kansas. The Civil War came, and what improvements were made on the land were destroyed with all the troops coming through. We scattered again. In 1893 and 1894, we self-allotted the reservation because we were forced to do so by the federal Indian policy of removal and reservations. The federal government certified the allotments in 1895. So our first marker was at 1824. 100 years later, after we initially became homeless, by 1924, the lead and zinc mining were at their high point, definitely during the era of federal Indian policy of assimilation. In 2023, roughly 100 years after that, we are all asked to contemplate what best to do with the Bear v. U.S. proceeds settlement. What 100-year choice will we make today? What will those lingering effects become to our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren? What do we want them to think about today's events and the decisions we make? It is up to us, and what we decide here today will matter for many generations to come. Last story, I promise. It's about the Quapaw Judgment Award. In contemplating our choices, we should consider the Quapaw tribe, us as a people, as a result of the Quapaw Judgment Award against the United States in 1954. Section 5 of our governing resolution states, the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee is hereby empowered to appoint subordinate committee and representatives to transact business of the tribe, including the management or disposition of tribal property and the expenditure of tribal funds, except such funds as may be due to the members of the Quapaw tribe as a result of the Quapaw Judgment Award against the United States, May 7th, 1954, and any future claims. And such additional business the tribe as the Quapaw Indian Council may see fit to delegate to the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee from time to time by appropriate resolution. I would ask, let us hear from those tribal elders who directly experienced the Quapaw Judgment Award against the United States. Many of them are here with us today. I'd like to hear their stories. I think we would all like to hear their stories. Are there any tribal elders who would like to come forward, or will bring a microphone to you to share their personal experience and impact of the Quapaw Judgment Award against the United States? This might be helpful for the rest of the Quapaw citizens to understand the impact the 1961 $900 payment had on your lives and the lives of your family members. Would anyone like to come forward? Ms. Jumbaka?
Hello, my name is Gerald June Baca. I'm a proud member of the Quapaw Nation. I'm here today to talk about the 53 people in their narcissistic minds and hearts think they are more qualified, more deserving of the bare settlement than the rest of us are. I don't know any of these people, and I don't want to know any of them because I have a hard time with forgiveness. But I am ashamed of what they have done. They have gone to our United States government and asked them to direct that money solely to them instead of to the Quapaw Nation as a whole. That's embarrassing to me because what do those people think about us? Why should we help the Quapaw people at all? They can't even get along. They can't even be nice to each other. Why should we help them or do anything for them that would help their tribe and nation? Back in the late 1950s, I guess this is when that settlement came to the Quapaws, it was put into a trust fund. And the elders and the leaders of that time started arguing amongst themselves, only the full-bloods, the half-bloods, and the quarter-bloods deserve this money. Others argued, no, all of the Quapaws deserve this money. We all are part of this. So the money stayed there for a while. Well, earlier, they said our tribe is in jeopardy of losing their statutes with the United States government. We need to build up our numbers. We want everybody that has kids, grandkids, great-grandkids, get them on the rolls. If they can prove their ancestry, get them on the rolls so we can become a bigger tribe. Everybody hustled around and done that. We built up our numbers. We didn't lose our statue as a tribe. And so eventually the elders decided, well, we're going to pass out that money to everybody. So when I was 14 years old, I received notice that I would get $900, and it would be put into a trust fund, and it would draw interest. And when I was 21, I could take this money out and use it, or I could take it out at 18 years old if I needed it for health, education, or welfare. I graduated from high school in 1966 from Grants, New Mexico, and I decided I wanted to go to beauty school. So I asked the tribe if I could have my inheritance. They sent me a check for $1,017. I was the richest, happiest girl in the world. I moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico, went to beauty school for 9 months and 3 days, graduated, got my cosmetology license, back to Grants, got a job, got married, had a family. And for 25 years, I had my own business. Thanks to the Quapaw tribe for helping me to get my dream and my goals. I was able to help my husband make us a nice, he was a uranium miner. We had 2 children. We always had a nice house, always had cars. I had my business. We had food in our mouth, clothes on our back. But the Quapaw tribe was always there for us. They helped us with schooling. They helped us with utilities. They helped us with medical bills. So they've always been there, health, education, welfare. They've always been there for us. And I am so thankful and grateful to the Quapaw tribe. I live in New Mexico. There's a lot of Native American tribes near us. We have the Zunis, the Akamas, the Lagunas. And by the way, Deb Holland, say her name right? She is Secretary of the Interior, first Native American woman to hold a cabinet position. We are very proud of her in New Mexico. She's a Laguna tribal member. We also have the Navajo, the Hopi, the Apache. We have the Sandias, the Isletas, the Taos Indians. We are the home of Chaco Canyon, home of the ancient ones, Anasazi. So I know a lot of Native American people. I talk to lots of them, and their tribes do not help them as much as the Quapaws help. And I'm so grateful and thankful to the Quapaw tribe for that. Now back to those 53 people. I feel very sad because I know there are Quapaw people out there today that are hoping and even counting on this money coming their way for health, education, or welfare. And I feel sad for that if it goes the other way. And the Bible says The love of money is the root of all evil. Now, money, we all need that. It's a necessary commodity. But if you love that money so much that you're willing to throw your Quapaw brothers and sisters under the bus so that you can have all of it, then I hope, if it goes that way, I hope that you get the joy and the peace that you are seeking from that money. But I am ashamed of you because of what you have done. And I hope that it goes the other way, that somebody in 50 years can come before the board and tell a story similar to mine, that how the fair settlement has helped them in their lives. And thank you. And Madam, if you would indulge me, I'd like for my Ray family, we are members of the Frank Ray family. We are descendants of Saracen, and we are of the Elk clan. If I could have all of them stand up, please. All of the Rays that came, they came from they have come from California, from Illinois, West New Mexico, South Carolina. Yeah, we've come from all over. We've been spread out, but we still are proud Quapaw members. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Baca. Would any others who had received that 1954 settlement like to speak? Microphone on its way. Thank you.
Chairman Supernal, really just a point. Equivalent with inflation, that $900 was probably close to $10,000 in those years. So if you were a family of 5, you received $50,000, and that did impact our families. The reason I'm making that point, you could hear 900 and think, but for $50,000 impacted a lot of our families at that time.
Thank you, Vance. Would any other elders who received the 1954 payment like to speak? We've got somebody way in the back.
Yes, my name is Charles Felix Hoffman. My family members were Jean Ann and Geneva. Hank, Henry Hoffman was my grandfather. My uncle was Henry Hoffman Jr. My grandmother was Agnes Track, Quapaw Hoffman. I'm in favor of keeping all the money to myself. I think that that's the way it was to be decided when it was delivered, then that's what should happen. But then again, that's a lot of money. And I've gone through a lot of money myself. But at the same time, if it's to be divided among us all, then so be it. Nothing's going to happen until we all come to 100% agreement. And that's going to take a lot of decisions. And the harder the decision is, the longer it takes to make. And I'm all in favor of everybody having money. I've been blessed many a times. But I know while I lived out there at the farm all those years and was raised as a Quapaw, and then having problems out there turned into sort of a chaos. In the meantime, after my divorce, my 3 children left with their mother, and I wandered. Then when I pulled myself together and decided I had to change my ways, I came back. After 25 years of leaving Quapaw, the home that I was raised in, the mansion as they refer to it, but we called it the farm. I'm so thankful for my cousin, I called her Willie, Jean Ann Lambert, took care of it while I was abandoning it. And evidently, they've come a long way with the property, which is wonderful. But as far as the settlement is concerned, I think that it's enough money that everybody should enjoy some of it. There's no doubt about that. Because I was blessed in the Good Eagle. I didn't see it divided up, except for the claims. But now, the Bear, I'm not that much familiar with it, but there is a lot of money there to be divided. And at the same time, I have 3 children myself, and then I have grandchildren. They'd all be blessed by a certain amount of money. So with everybody, there's nothing wrong with that. But in 2 Timothy, it tells us, careful, that the reason we want the money is because somebody else has it and we want some of it. Well, I think this money here could go either way. But I think the best potential of the money would be to share it. I'm only speaking from my heart because I have children myself. I would like to see them get blessed with a certain amount. I don't know what portion I would receive or what anybody would receive. That's not to be decided. I'll speak more into the mic, sorry. Anyway, I probably don't have much more to say. Anyway, one thing I do appreciate is Mr. Henry Ellick. I came back and I sit down there to Title VI where I live in the elderly housing housing. And he walked up and said, "Well, hey, champ." And I went, "No." He goes, he was a national freestyle wrestling champion. And I graduated from Whitworth Military Academy and inducted into the Hall of Fame there. My stepfather, that my mother remarried, was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force and received the Congressional Medal of Honor. But a lot of people probably don't realize I only spent 3 months with my summer all my life. The rest of September to May, I spent with my real mother, Nancy Lee Gaines, the Gaines family. So this decision is going to take time to make, and I hope that everybody makes the right decision. But when he said, "You've always going to be a champ. You were a champ. You're still a champ." I'm like, that's right, you know. We're all champions. We're all qualified, and we're all here for a purpose. Make the right decision. I recognize so many people that I look out through and see, and I think, well, what a wonderful time. I remember them as I see them. I think, wow, it's been a long time. I'll get off the mic and make somebody else happy.
Thank you, Felix. Are there any other elders who received the 1954 settlement who would like to speak?
My name is Claudia Denny. My brother was born with Down syndrome back in the 50s, early 40s, and my mother and father were saddled with a lot of medical bills. That $900 helped them tremendously with all their medical that they had to pay out. They were not wealthy people. So, with that being said, it was a blessing to them. And it was a blessing to me because when I got married at 19, I got my $900. Woohoo! Bought a washer and dryer. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
My name is Barbara Horn. I'm from the Clark family. My mother raised 3 kids by herself. That money came in handy. As far as brain fart, sorry. The Good Eagles and the Bears, the Good Eagles have already been paid. If you guys remember, you had a choice, one or the other, not both. So if you've got your money, you don't get no more. That's all I'm going to say.
Are there any other elders who received the 1954 settlement who would like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Grace Ann Clark Myers. When they first started talking about this new settlement that we were all going to get, oh my goodness, the rumors were flying. We were going to be rich. We were going to buy a new car. Things were going to be on easy street from now on. Well, I was about 7 or 8 years old. And all this stuff was going on. Well, it kind of died out for a long time. My dad died. His mother died. His mother was Mary Dardine Clark. So it went on. People grow up. I got married. My husband went in the service. And we lived in National City, California. Oh, and here we are, we're going to get money. Okay. We got $900. We had bought a house, and we used that $900 to put a patio on our house. Our children, we had three. We had Glenn, David, and Joyce. Their $900 went into trust. So they eventually got their money. I'm not sure what they did with their money, but I know what we did with ours. Well, we got transferred. We sold that house. Of course, we didn't get all of our money out of it. We had paid in. But time marches on, and here we are today. And we're going to have another big allotment come out of the federal government, and they owed us this money ever since day one, whatever, 1800 something. Well, that money would have done a whole lot for my family because we're just dirt poor farmers is what we were. Grandmother got an allotment, big deal. Well, at that time it was a big deal. And I'm thankful for that. But even the $900 would have done my family a whole lot of good because we were just poor dirt farmers. That's all we were. And I think that it hurts my heart to think that way back then, that money would have helped all of our generations. And now we got another big thing, and that money has been owed to us for what? 200 years, 100 years, however long, been a long time. And it hurts my heart to think that my family did without that money. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Harrison.
Hi, I'm Terry Kearns. Edwina Busby is my mother, who's currently in the nursing home, which breaks my heart. But my great-grandmother was Fanny Good-Eagle Richards. I remember as a little kid, we went pretty much every week to see Granny and Grandpa. And my mom would pick her up, drive her to Miami every 3 months to pick up her $16 chat check. And Mom still talks about it. And she said, we go up there, Granny's all excited. $16 was a lot of money way back then. Us kids would wait in the car. Pretty soon here they'd come about an hour later. Granny said, oh, they didn't have my check ready yet. I have to come back in a week. So we'd go back the next week, wait about an hour in the car. Here come Granny. I'll never forget it. Oh, well, they just don't have our checks ready yet. They didn't get the money. But she lived for those little $16 checks. And I was born in 56, but my oldest sister was born in 54. She received the $900 that was put in an account. My mom took that money, divided it up between us three kids. I remember my great-grandpa, Grandpa Richards. He lived in that little shack right there on Main Street of Quapaw that's still barely standing. He was telling us one day, he said, your granny, she got a lot of money. She got $900. She got a lot of money. And he said, I drank it all up. And he felt bad about that. Granny lived in a little bitty house right there on Whitebird Street that Bob Whitebird let her live there for, the remaining years of her life, and she never paid a dime's worth of rent. Bob Whitebird did that for a lot of our elders back then, provided places for them to live. So I want people to understand about whatever gifts we're given, whether it's from the government or from family or whatever, we need to be mindful of how we utilize that money. Yes, I'm a Good Eagle descendant. My mom received a settlement. It was nothing near what it should have been. It took about 3 or 4 years for them to even get the settlement after it was already agreed upon. My uncle passed away about a month before the settlement. But Mom feels I talked to her last week. I go see her every other week. I talked to her about this, and she said, I know a lot of people, are saying, well, because so many of the Quapaws, ancestors weren't landowners or whatever. Well, my personal opinion is if you're Quapaw, you're family. Granny taught us that years ago. She would tell me, if they tell you they're Quapaw, they're family. So in my heart and in my prayers, I always pray that the money will be divided evenly between all the Quapaws. None of us kids have seen, the money from the Good Eagle family. It's tied up, with whoever it went to. So, I feel like we should do what's fair, because whether we're like, you might be my 13th cousin or whatever. This was a travesty that was brought upon our people across the whole Quapaw Nation. It wasn't just this family, and this family. Yes, this, I saw a newspaper article from my great-great-grandpa, Francis Good Eagle, at one point in time owned 1,500 acres. Well, there's like 400 acres that the BIA has had control of, that the tribe leases in 5-year increments. And us kids have asked about, why can't one of us lease that? Why can't one of us Good Eagles lease that and farm it and that kind of thing? But it's a question that's never been able to be answered. And then my uncle had 30 acres and he sold it to the tribe. And there's 8 little acres left of Hogami Good Eagles allotment land. And my cousin Brenda Sanford and I were able to purchase that for my sister. So, I'm tickled to death to have that little dab of land that, I can build a homestead on, and I'll be able to live out the rest of my years on. The money that the $900 my mom got that she divided up, and my oldest sister's money she divided up. My mom left when we were pretty young, and my white father, took the money, told us children that mom had stolen it, but come to find out, he had taken the money. So just as my great grandpa, who I love dearly, he was a white man and he took full responsibility for drinking up all Granny's money. But Granny had the most giving heart and loving heart. Everyone loved Granny Fanny. And she would say, it's okay. If I don't have this, what I have, God gave me and I'm blessed with. So, from the Good Eagle family, we hear a lot of flack, oh, the Good Eagles got all this money and stuff like that. Well, yeah, some of them did. But the thing is, we're all family. So I in my heart of hearts, truly, and in my beliefs, I believe that every Quapaw, enrolled Quapaw tribal member, is worthy of receiving some help. But my suggestion is, don't let a husband or a wife take it from you. Deal with the money as a family. Don't drink it away. Don't smoke all of your money away. Use it. I've got 3 grandchildren in college now, and I try to help them as much as I can. So, which isn't very much. I live on Social Security disability. But anyway, I'm sorry this is going on so long, but I just want people to learn from, my great-grandpa's mistakes, my dad's mistakes, and that kind of thing. And just remember who the money's for. It's not just for each of us, but we need to let that money carry on down the line to our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Because like with a lot of us, a lot of and thank you. And let's support each other, and let's remember that all y'all in here, you're my family. You're related to Terry Lee.
Thank you, Terry. Are there any other elders who participated in the 1954 settlement that would like to speak? In the front.
Okay.
My name is Elizabeth Ray Joyner, and when I was 18 years old, I got my original allotment, and it paid for an entire year of school at Northern Illinois University. My sister Bridget got the allotment, or got the money, and she went to Kishwaukee Junior College, got her nursing degree, went on to get her bachelor's and her master's of nursing. And none of that would have been possible without that $900. When I got it, it was $1,800, and I think when Bridget got it, it was $2,000. And we were the two oldest of 6 children, and there was no money to be had for us to go to college. So I want you all to know, much like my cousin Gerald June, I stand here today the woman I am because I was able to take that money, put it to good use, have a good career, raise a family, and I hope you all find it in your hearts to remember that we're all Quapaw, and it goes to all of us.
Hello. My name is Dorothy Buffalo Cantrell. My dad was full blood, and I think it should go to all. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Hello. I keep missing my chance to speak. My name is Katie Barry Pratt. The settlement that came in the early 50s, my dad invested for us kids. I'm one of 7 children. Our baby brother passed away when he was real young, but there's 6 of us left. And my dad invested that money for us each to have bonds. And we're also Osage, so we did have an allotment from the Osages. Because at the time, during the allotment time, my great-grandparents were mixed Quapaw and Osage, and they weren't allowed to have allotments from both tribes. So they took their allotment in Sperry, Osage County, and thankfully I still have 10 acres of that. I'm getting ready to build a house on my great-grandparents' original allotment in Osage County. But as far as on the Quapaw side, the Quapaws, of course, we all know is a very poor area. People forget in this day and age that hunger lived among our people and very hard times. The environment was a mess in this area. There wasn't much work, a lot of agriculture. But I can remember being a little bitty child. My grandmother took us to visit, and I remember visiting some of her relatives. One lady in particular, she had a dirt floor in her house, but her house was just neat and tidy. It was always just neat and tidy, and we'd go there and have coffee and visit. And but very poor people at the time. And from that settlement, of course, my dad invested that money, and all of us were enrolled at the time. I happened to, I'm going to sit down. I had an opportunity to, as you know, my brother is John Berry, who was the chairman at the time when this lawsuit started. They sent out a Freedom of Information Act request to all the agencies in the government for Quapaw records. And from those records came a lot of the basis for the damages. And there's a database somewhere where all those records came in, and they were uploaded onto this database. And some of them were stories you wouldn't even know about. At the time, Cobell was going on, so there was a lot of attention on the lack of reliable records from the BIA. They weren't able to come up with any documents. Their land records were in a mess. A lot of them were in paper and pencil. And so I happened to see a lot of those exhibits as they came in. And one of those letters that was in the files, these were the files that came from the Department of Interior that were, so they still had some original letters that the Indian agents, and this letter was, I believe, dated, I'm thinking it was like 1913, but it was from the Indian agent to a Quapaw lady who was asking to use her money, her Quapaw money in her IIM account to bring her daughter who was ill. She apparently had a kidney condition where she wanted to go to Barnes Hospital in St. Louis. At the time, as you can remember, in the 1910s and 20s, Barnes Hospital was like the big regional hospital, and it was a pretty famous place. She was requesting using her own money to bring her daughter to see about her health at Barnes Hospital. And there was a letter in there from, it gets me emotional to talk about, it was a letter from the Indian agent, and he said, dear madam, I can't remember her name, she was Quapaw, I'm in receipt of your letter requesting use of your funds to bring your daughter to St. Louis, and let me assure you, we have wonderful Army doctors that'll be happy to see her anytime. So he denied her using her own money to bring her child to Barnes so she could see the Army doctors at the time here. And another letter I saw was one of the Indian agents from the 1920s as well was skimming off the IAM accounts. He had come up with a document, and they actually had the original document and signatures and whatever. It was a document that was, they call them boilerplate statements. When you put the same document on every contract going down at the time, they all had to be typed out. So it was the original document attached to your what was called when they do your leases. And it said, the Indian agent was saying, because it requires so much time and effort to keep control of my money, I'm pledging you $100 of my money on top of the lease money to take care of my account, which is, of course, we know as federal employees, that's totally illegal or whatever. But that was attached to every single lease agreement from the time period that Indian agent was working. So this is $100 a year at the time in 1920. Okay, so then in the same file was a letter from the FBI. And it said, I'll just paraphrase it. This Indian agent passed away, and we found out that he had over $1 million in his account. And we think it was ill-gotten through his work, through working for the Interior. Or at the time, I think it was the Department of the Army, or well, it wasn't called Interior at the time. And then there was a letter behind it too, from the agency here in Miami. Said, no problem. They wanted to investigate it for prosecution and to get that money back. The next letter was a letter from the Miami agency that said, hey, no worries, we got this. Don't worry about it. So at the time, when they're trying to figure out damages between the attorneys, and this was in the Court of Federal Claims. This wasn't like the different settlements that were going on at the time that came from Congress. This was from the Court of Federal Claims. And if y'all don't remember, this case had to be certified to be in that Court of Federal Claims. You know who certified it for them was Sandra Day O'Connor. She was a retired Supreme Court judge. She was the one that certified our case to be in the Court of Federal Claims. A little bit different. So they're trying to figure out damages. Well, there's a point where it's like there's not enough zeros on a calculator to figure this out. So we have to take a snapshot of what these damages are. So these damages are not only astronomical, they affected every single one of our people who very well could have used the money at the time. Our people were in tough shape economically, bad health. The environment was a mess. The only place where we weren't a mess was ourselves as human beings, as Quapaw people. It's always been our strength to the humanity of our Quapaw people and who we are. We survived. We survived getting kicked out all over the country. We survived being removed. We survived. We've lost many of our people to hunger, addiction, violence, maltreatment, and here we are. So I believe, this is my opinion, it's our responsibility to accept this money on behalf of our folks way back when, who could have really used this money. The other thing is my grandmother always said, you know, she was the one that held on to our allotment. It's always been a really hard thing to hear when this other group keeps talking about the landowners, and how much pressure there is on our people to give up their land, their little allotments. People making bad loans on it, taking over your land. Or as my grandmother would say, white people do about anything to get a hold of your land. And her thing was always, don't sell the farm, don't sell the farm, don't sell the farm.
Katie,
Here I
could you
am.
please wrap it up?
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Okay, here's my final thing. We had the petition. We have had many discussions. I am for equitable and fair distribution among all of us. It doesn't matter what happened with that other settlement that came with the 52 people or whatever. I don't think they have any right to this separately than the rest of us. We've already paid for our attorney fees. And the settlement is supposed to be equitable across everybody. Those people are Quapaw too. They need to get it too. But let's do this and keep mindful that we're going to, I do this with my family. We need to use this wisely because my grandmother says, we don't know when the next one's going to come, if it's ever going to come. We got this from no work on our part. It's for the suffering of our people that were ahead of us. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So one last item before we recess for lunch, and hold on just a minute, it won't take too terribly long, but one of our tribal elders, Patricia Blue Spruce, asked the business committee to read this letter from her. She was very apologetic for not being here today. She's this sole caretaker of her 92-year-old husband, so they're unable to travel. Hawaii, my friends, the ultimate purpose of this meeting today is unification of our Quapaw Nation. We can only be a strong nation if we are not divided on major issues such as the bear settlement. Our business committee has already submitted the official paperwork to the proper authorities in Washington, D.C., which outlines that the settlement amount be distributed equally to each enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation as of September 27, 2019, and living at the time of distribution. It's my understanding there are certain Quapaws who feel settlement should be only distributed to a small number of recipients. I'm a Quapaw elder and believe that this divisive issue should not be decided upon by the limited number of people in attendance today. I believe that both sides of this issue should be given the opportunity to justify their position in writing and that it be published in advance of an official vote by all eligible Quapaw voters. This should be done as quickly as possible, and we as a nation should accept the results as the will of the people and as binding in this manner. So with that, let's go to instructions for lunch. Member Davis?
Good morning. Thank you all again for being here and being present for this historical time. As you guys know in your packets when you first come in, and I understand that we did run out of packets, but that's okay too. There was some red tickets and blue tickets and white tickets. The red tickets represent those of our elders, and that table will be to the left. So if you have a red ticket, again, go to the left table. And then if you have a blue ticket, you will go to the right. And then if you're an individual that has a white or kind of yellowish ticket, just jump in line with whichever one you see fit. We'll just go that way. But anyhow, and then also if you're an elder and not able to wait in line in your buffet line, just raise your ticket or hold your hand up, and one of us are more than glad to come to you and take your ticket and bring your lunch back to you. And I'm going to also turn this over to Joey. He's going to pray. He's going to say the blessing for our lunch. If you guys could please be patient with us while we do that. Gonna go.
Hello, relatives. Go along with me just for a second here. We're gonna sit there and notice a lot of times during general council, we don't always pray for this meal, and in this setting, that's normal way to do for us as Quapaw people is pray before we eat. So go along with me just for a second here. Away wakana zike wanache dagre watiko me, Father God, Savior Jesus Christ, you good spirits coming around here with us, your grandpa's son looking down on us here today, thanking you here again, God, for bringing us all together that we can all be one voice, one body of a people who are blessed and lucky to still be here. Father God, thanking you here for everything, all the good and bad, all down the way, from all the way back to the 1890s to here, that we can, that we're still here and able to do this, irregardless of whatever feelings, however people may feel, good or bad, asking you to continue to bless each individual tribal member of this nation here. Bless their health and welfare, the families they represent, all the needs and want they need here in their life on a basic and complex level here, Father God, that you can make it good for each one of us. You bless our travels, our homes, that we can find it in a better place when we make our way back to it. Our Father God, all those different ones out there who are sick, who need you like that, you can look down on them here today. You go out there and you find them through the power of this one voice for our people. You can go out there and find the other people who couldn't be here with us today, and you can make it good for them, make it well for them here, God. Asking you to overlook me here again for being such a young man here in this life, not trying to be anybody or speak before anybody. I know I can't do or say anything but before you, God, your great spirits here. Just wanted to ask that you bless this food to the nourishment of our bodies, to physically sustain us in the best way possible. Ask that you bless each individual who helped put this together, who helped gather information, who helped set up, who helped just sit up and take part in this here, God. Asking you to do all these things here. Maybe if I said too much or not enough, you overlook me and remove any of those unseen obstacles that might be coming here, God. Thanking you again for being such a good, kind Father and friend to us all. Asking you to continue with us, lay down this prayer here for a little while. Each one of us pick it up and talk to you again here through our life. I'll tell you that much. We sure love you. Amen.
We're now in recess until 12:30. From the Business Committee, it is a Quapaw Clan Pendleton blanket. And that goes to number 1282. Oh, we got a winner already. 1282. Want to go ahead and do one more? Sure. Since we're on a roll, let's go ahead and do another one. So the next one is from the Higher Education Department. It is themed as movie night. And the winner is Dina Huey. Some people, when we ran out of tickets, they hand wrote their names. Dina Huey. Yeah, that was number 7. So that was the movie night. There were a couple of elders that wanted to speak before we went into the lunch break that we'd like to recognize and hear their words. The first one is Georgia Brooks. Can we get a microphone to Miss Georgia, please?
Hi, I'm Georgia Brooks. My mother was Cleo Hunt. Her father was Leo Hunt. Grandfather was Joseph Hunt, and his mother was Sarah Jane Valier Hunt. She's on the 1818 tribal roll. I wanted to say that when my mother got her $900, excuse me, it was a godsend. She was a single mother of 5 children, same dad. She wasn't extravagant with it. She took care of her family. I think I got a new pair of shoes and we had fried chicken. But the money was a godsend to her. It kept us above water for about a year. And I just want to thank the Quapaw Nation for allowing us to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Georgia. The next person who wanted to speak on the 1954 settlement was Bootsy Sky. Can we get a microphone to Miss Bootsy, please?
My name is Mary Bootsy Sky Cahiga. My dad was on the Quapaw Council or Business Committee as they were preparing for this acclaim. I was little, but I remember going with him to the meetings, bringing up families that were adopted and weren't. I remember because it was councilmen, we got our money directly. So did some of the other councilmen. We weren't considered almost everybody was considered I don't know a good way to put this back. It was talked a lot about at the council meetings. My $900 went to my dad. My brother's 900 went to dad. And we got $100 apiece from whatever was left. But I remember them meeting long, I thought I said long, a long time during the night. And Dad coming home, dragging me along with him. Upset that the tribal people couldn't agree on who was Quapaw and who wasn't. I remember that part of it. I remember it not being a good deal. I wish I could tell how it impacted us. But I can't. It didn't impact me, and I got a pair of shoes. That was it. But I want to thank everybody that mentioned how grateful they were. I guess I was grateful. It didn't really make too much sense to me. And I think that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bootsy. We're going to enter the next phase of our agenda today. Is there a motion? Larry, you're on. Or Lloyd.
You're on. We have a resolution before us. It is resolution number 0930238. This is a resolution authorizing the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to fully and equally distribute the bear settlement proceeds. Whereas the Quapaw Nation is a federally recognized Indian tribe, the nation, or the tribe, or tribal, and is governed by the resolution authorizing the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation of Indians, known as the Governing Resolution, adopted by the Quapaw Indian Council on August 19, 1956, and approved by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs on September 20th, 1957. Whereas the Quapaw Nation asserts its jurisdiction to the fullest extent recognized by law over the lands within the original Quapaw Reservation, as established as a homeland for the Quapaw Nation by the Treaty of May 13th, 1833. Whereas the governing resolution delegates authority to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation. Whereas the Quapaw Nation Business Committee is thus empowered and obligated to transact tribal business and otherwise speak or act on behalf of the nation in all matters. Whereas the Quapaw Nation Business Committee is entrusted and obligated to transact the nation's business, including but not limited to the Quapaw Nation economic development, the establishment of the Quapaw Nation enterprises, enacting resolutions, laws, and policies for the best interest of the Quapaw Nation. Whereas by petition, as enacted by Resolution 091821A, the Quapaw Nation membership directed the Business Committee to distribute the settlement funds in the amount of $137,500,000 paid from the case of Thomas Bear and others versus United States, case number 13-51X, known as the Bear Settlement Proceeds, filed in the United States Court of Claims to be distributed equally to each enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation as of September 27th, 2019, who are still living at the time of the distribution. Therefore, be it resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council hereby affirms the elected Quapaw Nation Business Committee's delegated authority to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation to ensure the bear settlement proceeds, once authorized and appropriated by Congress, be fully and equally distributed to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27, 2019, still living at the time of distribution, and be it further resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council approves the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to distribute the bear settlement funds fully and equally to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adopt this resolution number 0930238.
Thank you, Member Mercer. Is there a second? Second recognized. We'll now go into discussion. I have to call for the discussion 2 more times. Is there any further discussion? We need a microphone in
Yes.
front.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment, please. We've got somebody else that's going to speak up front.
I just have a question. If we approve this, do we have a timeline as to when the funds will be distributed?
Unfortunately, the timeline is defined by U.S. Congress. So any assertion of timing on the part of the business committee would be a guess. Guessing's not good. I think there was somebody else who wished to be recognized.
My name's Roman. Roman Cahiga. You just heard my mom speak. There's been a lot of folks who have contributed to getting us to this point. There's been a lot of our ancestors who have got us all to this point where we are in life right now. And I don't appreciate the language in this that says still living at time of distribution, for the reason that majority of us weren't living at the time of the damages, at the time of these claims. And I think that it's only right that anybody who was alive and on the roll at the time of this agreement should be allowed to participate in that. They deserve equity. They deserve justice also, right? They sat in these meetings, listened to everything talked about. They participated in votes, and they deserve for the portion of their proceeds to go to their families because they went through this also. I don't know if I could make a motion to amend this language to strike still living at time of distribution or not. Is this the time to do that?
Sorry about that, Roman. You can make a motion to amend the language.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the language to the presented resolution to strike still living at time of distribution.
Is there a second to that motion to amend? The motion to amend has been seconded. We'll now go into discussion. We are only discussing the amended language, striking the phrase still living at the time of distribution. Is there any discussion? Got a couple of people.
This is Barbara Kaiser Collier, and I seconded the motion. You've been listening to people talk about what happened after they received their $900 payment. Those people were just children when they received the money, but it was put into an account for them to have at a later date. So if we amend this, why can't we amend it to include all of those? Why does it have to be 18 or older, and why does it have to have a deadline date? Just think about it. You've heard stories all afternoon about what people did with their $900. And so if your children or your grandchildren receive this payment now or whenever we do get it, why do they have to be of age at this point in time? They're a Quapaw. They're a Quapaw by blood. They're your blood. And they could have an IIM account. They could have this put into that for them to use at a later date for college or to buy a home or for whatever reason. My mother was one of the original ones on the first settlements, on the first lawsuits. She served on the committee with Mary Beth's father many years ago. And I too have sat and listened to things that happened back then. But those people were very wise, and they did what they needed to do to secure a life better than what they had for us. I took my $900 and made a down payment on my first home after I became of age and went out into the world. But I think that there's too many limits on this, that it should be, we're all talking about being equal and sharing equally. And so why are there limits that have been put on this that every tribal member can't share? And along with what Roman said about the date, I do agree to remove that topic, but also I think that we should consider opening it up and putting everyone that's on the roll to share equally. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you. One thing, we're still discussing the amended language as proposed or the motion made by Roman. I think you've got there, and it's obviously we want to be able to consider that as a people, but yours is another modification, meaning let's address the amended language that Roman was recommending. Let's discuss and decide on that, and then we can go to the next one, Barbara, based on your recommendation.
One more piece of discussion and for us to think about and consider is that we don't know, we have no clue, we have no control over when these funds are going to be appropriated, right? So think about your folks, think about your aunts, your grandparents, as you're making this decision. What happens to their justice?
Brenda, we're bringing a microphone to you.
This has gone on for about 18 years. And if we change the wording, won't that set us back another couple of years or more?
So I'll respond to your question in a couple of different ways, and that is, one, what's more important, timing or doing it right? Those two are contradictory forces and kind of apply against each other. Point number two, there is no legislation that has been introduced in this congressional session, meaning the bill language has to be introduced to Congress, and we can ask them, we're going to get to that. This, based on the will of the Quapaw people, that's what will become the language in the bill. So whatever we decide, we've got to introduce it anyway, so we might as well get it done right, is my response. So we're still discussing the motion to strike the language "still living at the time of distribution," and then we'll go back to see if there are additional amendments to the language based on Barbara Collier's recommendation.
Madam Chair, my name is Olivia Harkins, and I would like to point out in that resolution number 082121A that there is language involving minors receiving the settlement funds. There was discussion that minors would not be receiving these funds, and I would just like to point it out that it is under "be it further resolved" that the Business Committee resolution shall address how settlement payments to minors under the age of 18 will be addressed by the Bank of Oklahoma or a similar bank. Therefore, minors will have access to this money as well as adults. I believe that it's only the above the age of 18 to vote in this, not to receive funds. And then another thing I would like to mention is clarification on who are living at the time of the settlement funds, as has been mentioned before. Is that meaning anyone who is enrolled and living by 2019?
Yes,
So in other words, if tragically someone has passed away, they will not be able to receive those funds?
that's correct, even if they were enrolled as of that date.
Okay, and so if we were to amend that language and take out who are living at the time, how will those who have tragically passed away be able to receive their funds and use their funds? Would that go to the descendants?
That would have to follow the individual's wishes, their will,
Okay,
have to follow their estate,
thank you for that clarification.
if that change were made.
Okay, I'm a little confused. So if you were enrolled in 2019 and are on a roll number, whether you're a child or an adult or whatever, you get the funds. If you die in the last 10 years, you do not get your funds. So where there are funds, where does it go to? Does it go back into the pot or does it just poof disappear?
It would increase the amount distributed per living enrolled member. I see some additional
Hi.
discussion in the back.
I was next. I would like to end discussion and call for the vote.
Actually, I've been standing here with the microphone for about 5 minutes, so you were not next.
Is that Chance?
Hi, I am Carol Daly, and I just want to address like Roman's question about changing the wording. And my thing is, I don't think it's beneficial to change the wording. There's been so much legwork being put in to get it to this point. But the other thing is, everybody's talking like, okay, if somebody passed away between September of 19 and now, then they can't spend their money. Well, you're not changing the flow of anything because it's just mathematics. Because if tragically your parent passes, your children will receive more funds. Your grandchildren will receive more funds. So it's still in your family tree, you know, and because of that, I don't see the need to change the language in how it's currently written.
Thank you, Carol. I think there were a couple of other people that wished to speak.
Hi, I'm Terry Kearns. My question is to our legal counsel. To me, I see the changing of some of these recommendations on a resolution that we're discussing right now may cause some loopholes down the road. I'm wondering if any of our legal counsel has any comments on this, because the longer it takes us to get this back into Congress, the longer it's going to take to be able to help your family members. So that's just my concern. I can just see down the road, you know, oh, well, because we didn't do this and we didn't do that, and because this is left open, it's going to take another 10 years. So if any of our legal counsel has any suggestions on any loopholes or problems with that, I feel like that needs to be addressed.
Is there anyone from the Quapaw Nation Legal Counsel who would like to address that question? The one thing I will say is the final wording on the motion that Member Mercer just read to everybody was after it had already been reviewed by legal counsel.
Thank you.
I think there were some other people that had their hands raised. Cuggy?
There you go. And then I'll try. I'm sorry.
Yes, and Kagi Supernal. I just want to suggest, I don't have the answers, but suggest that we slow down just a little bit here and consider why was that put in the bill at the time it was put in there. And the unintended consequences of snap judgments like this can come back to bite you in the you know what. Some people will make a motion because it benefits one of their relatives. But if it passes, it affects everybody. I had an experience of being on the Osage Congress for 12 years, and I saw things happen like this where we let our educational benefits grow to more than practically any tribe. When I went into Congress, the population was 9,000. It's 23,000 now. That could happen here if it delay in appropriating the money, telling how many people we'll have in there if they have time to join the tribe and they're 50, 60 years old and never were in it before. So I think you better consider this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Heather Dismuke. I've been waiting patiently. I would like to make a motion to cease discussion and go to the vote.
So the question has been called. So what we need to do at this point is to vote on the motion made by Roman Cahiga that was seconded that strikes the phrase "still living at the time of distribution." Election Committee, can we get that put up on the screen so that we can vote using our clickers?
Excuse me. During the lunch break, one of our towers that controls the clickers accidentally got unplugged, but it's now plugged back up. But I've been advised that we need to take a practice vote to see if everything's still working correctly. So when Mikhail gets that ready, we'll have a vote up here. Does not mean anything, just to establish that the clickers are still working, okay?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Okay. It was put in there. Stop people. If they tried to mess it. I mean, I agree with you. Two of my kids weren't go by that.
Looks like the test votes are coming in. This is good. So this is a test vote to make sure that our voting devices are activated and working properly.
If anybody is having any problems, would you please raise your hand so we can come and help you out? We want to be sure that our clickers are working. Somebody from the committee will come and help you out. Just keep your hands up in the air, and they're on their way over there. For the most part, it seems like the majority of them seem to be working all right. Yeah, we got 450. Okay, last call. If anybody's having some problems, we need to raise that hand so we can check it out for you, okay? If not, we're going to go ahead and call this vote. And guess what? Everybody was correct. This was a trick question. All 7 of them were true.
I love that. Everybody's right.
Okay, we're getting ready to put up the real question for everybody. Mikhail's getting ready to put it up. This will be a yes, no, or abstain.
So just to remind everybody, the motion specifically is to strike the phrase "still living at the time of distribution." Do you agree to strike that language or no? While you guys are voting, somebody left their Yeti cup in one of the restrooms. It's a white Citizen Energy. It's a very nice looking cup. You want to hold it up? The Quapaw Vanna White. If anybody needs to claim the cup, please see the banquets office. It's right outside of the pavilion. So if there are any tribal members in the room who are Downstream employees, please go back to the registration table. They want to take your information so that you can get paid for the day. If anybody hasn't already done that, please do so. Again, it's Downstream Casino employees that are Quapaws.
Hey, Linda.
Because that's Love giving him crap, huh? You don't love me as much as that. This one? Sure.
Give me some more, because there's people back there wanting to know what the hell's going on, and I'm trying to help them.
I got, I know they ran out of.
Well, I think this is done. I mean, we don't have enough packets.
And then have that.
Oh.
Ask me.
Okay, voting has concluded. Mikhail will put it up on the screen. What goes?
Thank you. So the motion to amend the language failed. So now we are back in the main motion. This goes back to the resolution that Member Mercer read that was seconded, and we are now going back into discussion of that main motion. Any further discussion? Is there a question?
I have a question, Chairman.
Barbara, yes?
Can you explain why did the last changes to the document mean that we have to start all over again? When you take this, when they take it back to Congress with the wording as he read it on the resolution, can you explain if that's going to make any changes to compared to what it's already been approved? And if it is, then is it like starting all over again already? Or will it just continue as it was approved with a congressional record in the first time?
Yeah, Barbara, are you referencing the original legislative bill labeled HR 4715 that was introduced in the previous congressional session and comparing it to that? Is that what you're referencing?
Yes, and did it change after the landowner wording was removed?
So
did it have to start all over again?
So we already did start all over again, and let me explain why. So HR 4715 was introduced on July 27th, 2021. In that bill, it referenced landowners and certain Quapaws. It was vague. That bill never got out of subcommittee. It was referenced immediately to the House Natural Resources Committee. There was one subcommittee hearing, March the 31st, 2022. It never came out of subcommittee. That congressional session concluded. The bill never went anywhere. It's not an approved state. It just basically fell on the vine. In the new congressional session, that means we have to introduce a new bill with whatever updated language we see fit. So there's nothing that's already been approved. It was introduced 2021 in the summer, never went anywhere. So now we have to introduce a new legislative language, a new bill, if you will, and that's what we're trying to get right. Did that answer your question, Barbara?
Yes, I think it just needed clarified that we were starting all over anyway, so changing it at this point is what, like Peggy said, it needs to be correct at this point going forward, so it won't have to come back again and change it again.
Yeah, nothing's been introduced in this legislative session. They were awaiting to get the will of the Quapaw people, the most powerful voice we have as a nation, and then that's what we will proceed to do based on what it is concluded and decided upon today.
Yeah, well, that's what I understood, but I think a lot of people have misinterpreted that.
Well, thank you then.
Madam Chairman, I'm in no way trying to stop any discussion or anything, but I would like to entertain a motion to the Quapaw Nation that we have 5,000 plus members. We are represented by 400 and some today, and I would like to make a motion that we allow absentee voting on this matter.
I understand the nature of the question. We are still inside the main motion. The motion to pass the resolution, that was seconded. We're still in the discussion. Until we conclude that, then
Come on. Madam Chair, I call for the question.
call for the question.
You want me to just wait?
So at this point, now that the question has been called on discussion, we must now proceed to vote on the main motion for Resolution 093023-A. Election Committee? While the election committee is getting ready, we would ask that all non-Quapaws please leave the room while the voting takes place and the answer and the outcome is announced.
Okay, I believe all non-essential people have left the room. Mikhail will put up the question and we will take the vote. And everybody's getting so good. We know the drill. If you got a problem, raise your hand. We are now going to vote on the resolution. Yes would be you were for it. No, you are not for it. And you can abstain if you so want to.
So to reiterate, the motion was, it's a resolution authorizing the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to fully and equally distribute the bear settlement proceeds. So I'm going to reread the last couple of paragraphs that Member Mercer included as a part of his original motion. Whereas by petition is enacted in Resolution 091821-A, the Quapaw Nation membership directed the Business Committee to distribute the settlement funds in the amount of $137.5 million paid from the case of Thomas Charles Bear et al. Versus United States, case number 13-51X, Bear settlement proceeds, filed in the United States Court of Claims to be distributed equally to each enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation as of September 27, 2019, who are still living at the time of distribution. Therefore, be it resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council hereby affirms the elected Quapaw Nation Business Committee's delegated authority to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation to ensure the bear settlement proceeds, once authorized and appropriated by Congress, be fully and equally distributed to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. Be it further resolved, the Quapaw Nation Indian Council approves the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to distribute the bearer settlement proceeds fully and equally to all enrolled Quapaw citizens as of September 27th, 2019, still living at the time of distribution. A vote of yes, 1, means you agree with that. A vote no, 2, means you do not agree with that. A vote 3 is to abstain. All right, we've got two, while we're waiting for the votes to be tallied, we've got 2 remaining gift baskets to raffle. The next one is themed Beach Fun. Beach Fun. You can read, Joey. 1100, 1100. Is there a winner? 1100. Last call, 1100 for the gift basket, Beach Fun. Okay, we got a winner. Thank you. Beach Fun. We don't know who it came from. Okay, the last one is a campfire theme. Campfire. Number is 1224. 1224. That's for the campfire gift basket. One, two, two, four. Oh, okay. Are you sure? Okay. Okay. Anyone for 1224? Oh, we got a winner. Awesome. That's for the campfire basket. We've got one more chance. We've got Beach Fun is back up for raffle. Beach Fun. Number 172. Beach Fun 172. 172. We got a winner? Great.
Okay, at this time, we will suspend voting. Voting has concluded. Mikhail will put the results up on the board for you.
By overwhelming majority, 457 for, 13 against, 3 abstains. Resolution number 093023A, a resolution authorizing the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to fully and equally distribute the bear settlement proceeds passes.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. We have a second.
Do we have a second?
Before we take that vote, I would ask Mr. Steve Owens to lead us in prayer.
Yeah,
I was too.
it's about time.
Hawaii and Tade Wakanda and Tade Wakanda. Thank you, Father God, for this day. Thank you for getting us all here safely. Thank you for sound minds here today. I just pray that we love one another as you've loved us. And we just go out through this day in joy and let you be our peace. We love you, Lord, and we give you all the praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstains? We stand adjourned at 1:35 p.m.